in this corner, so you don't get a real big bulk here.
Okay.
Okay,
That's the reason for that.
okay. I
So-
have to step out there probably in about 10 minutes and I'll be gone for about half an hour. I have to go get my second shot.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so so are we just gonna be working on the puckering still this morning for the next half hour or so?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Okay. Are you all alone, Amy?
Yes, I am. I was actually going to say, I'm sorry for running a few minutes late. Did I miss anything?
No.
No, we haven't really started yet. I think Paige is still waiting for a few people.
Wow.
Oh, let's see. Oh, very nice. Is this your first pair, Amy?
Yes, it is.
Put them back up,
Awesome.
Amy. Amy, put them back up.
So they're not perfect because they're not totally even. I don't have the same amount of puckers on each side, but for my first one, I'm quite impressed. I was singing Gwen's praises last night, and I'm going to sing them again today because that tutorial she did for us yesterday, like after we finished during our Zoom, like just seeing her do it physically really helped me understand that how to do it and pull tight and everything. So yeah.
Very good. Oh, I'm so glad she was able to help.
I found that technique is, it must be so hard to teach over like a virtual thing like this, right? Like you almost need to see how it's done. And I kept having to ask her, okay, is it this way? Is it that way? And just by learning by error and kind of pulling it back, and that's how I learned. So.
Okay, good. Good. Yes, I was thinking about it last night as I was sitting there watching TV, and I picked up my iPad and I thought, I have to get a camera or a camera stand that's to show you what I see, that angle, instead of, because this way is kind of backwards to you guys, I would imagine. So I've ordered another stand, hopefully, cross my fingers that this one's going to work better. But you have the technique down. I'm really, really super glad that Gwen was able to help. Is there anyone else that completed the puckers on your Moccasins or Mukluks? No one. Okay, that's okay. We're going to work on that for about an hour or so this morning. My timeline for today, I thought about that last night too. It's kind of getting confusing because we have Mukluks and we have Moccasins. They are the same, but they're different, of course. So what we're going to do this morning is we're going to work together, Mukluks and Moccasins, to get this puckering done and to get this flap sewn over. And then the Mukluk people, you're kind of done for this weekend, but you come back on the 1st of May, and I'll work with you then on your leg. Your leg pieces have to be completed in order to attach them. So we'll do that on May 1st, first thing. But for today, I want to get this puckering done and this flap sewn over, and then I'm going to work with just the moccasin people on cutting your high top out and getting that sewn on. Paige, are we ready to go?
Yep, you can go ahead.
All
I'll
right.
just get people in as they're coming. I already started recording anyway, so.
Okay, perfect, perfect. So I realized that we, you know, the reason why it's really nice to have somebody else show you is they might explain it a little bit different or, but I'm going to just do it again. I'm going to keep on with the puckering here and try and give instruction. I wish my camera angle was better. Sorry. I hope that's on the big screen. I know mine is just showing a little screen. So remember to use a lot of wax. I'm putting more wax on my thread. Oh, I wanted to ask. So everybody is done the sole. Your soles are sewn on. Everybody should be done this, hopefully. So we're just on to the puckering part. I gotta hold this better. So as I said before, the strip at the top needs room to fold over. So you have to give it a little bit of extra material there. It's all in the way you hold it. I lined everything up. This is flush with my vamp, my strip. I want my little ditches here all to be the same side. So I'm going to go through right about there on all 3 sections. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this. I want these to be all in the same distance apart. So when I go through here, that's what I look at. Pull that right through. When I measure this, this is the depth of that little indent, that little ditch there. This is the depth is what I'm measuring. I want them to all be the same. So I'm measuring 3/4 of a centimeter over. It's not much, but it does add up. So there I have that. And I've only gone through the moccasin. So when I pull that open, I can see my previous stitch. I want to go in right beside that, not touching it. I'm stopping my thread here with my finger. And where I did that 3/4 of a centimeter stitch, I'm going to push that in to make that little fold. See, I'm pushing my leather over with my finger to make that little tuck in there. And when you pull it tight, there it is. It's the same size. It's the same depth. And when you pull it, you do have to do some arranging on your hide, like to make it sit where it's supposed to sit. So, and I'm watching my end here to make sure that those 2 ends meet up. But on this one that's completed, I have, not counting the center, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you can get the same amount of puckers on this side as this side and on this side and this side, that's perfect. Now I've gone around the curve, so I'm not worried about adding material here to my strip. I'm just flattening it out, but I'm watching these little tucks. I want them the same distance apart. So I'm putting my needle through everything there. I should have used a darker thread maybe. But from where I came out, I'm measuring from where that thread came through, 3/4 of a centimeter over, only sewing the one piece of hide, my sole. And I just give a little look inside. I can see my previous stitch. I'm going in right beside it, stopping my thread from pulling in too far because I have to do this little push in and push over and then pull tight. So from the center, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can do another one. Line it all up, hold it, you're watching the distance. I'm going right through. From where I came out, I'm measuring 3/4 of a centimeter over. I open it up just to see where my previous stitch was. I go in right beside it. Stopping my thread, I'm going to do my little push and tuck here with my finger. Pull tight. Now, this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Close enough. I'm only out by 1, and I've already kind of passed where I'm going here, but sometimes it just doesn't work out exactly. So from here, I'm just got all 3 materials together. I'm just going to sew straight running stitch in and out, small stitches. After about 3 or 4 stitches, I always give it a really good pull. And I stop about a 1/2 inch away from the end of my vamp. Give that a cut here on an angle that way, like in and back. My strip is a little bit short, but that's okay. The ankle will hide it. And continue on sewing those 2, the vamp and the moccasin to that point. Nice and tight, you can tie that off. I'm just going to load my needle here with a darker thread. You don't see the threads in this area. You don't see your threads after, but you will see them on the top stitch. But I think it would be easier to see if I used a darker thread. Use lots and lots of wax. Never go more than shoulder width in length on your thread. So I've done both the left sides of my moccasins. We're going to go on to the right side. This is when I turn it around and I work this way. When I do this side, I work with my moccasin facing this way. When I do this side, I work this way. So to start this, you want your thread at the top. You want it to come out at the top, keeping in mind that this strip needs room to flip. So I'm just going to go under my vamp and my strip here so that my thread comes out right at the tip to start. And then again, line everything up, give your strip some room. You see, I gave my strip a lot of room there at the point. And I'm watching again these little tucks. I want them all the same size. So I'm going through, I want my needle to come through about there. And I always find this side for me is the easier side. You might find the other side. So I got to turn, I'm going to measure from where I came out. Actually, let's see if I can move my camera a little bit. So I'm measuring from where I came out, 3/4 of an inch over, and I'm only going through the moccasin, the bottom part. You can see my stitch is really loose up here. It's really big. It's really loose. That's only because of the strip is kind of wanting to settle. So if I'm looking to see where my previous stitch, I want to go right beside it. After you get your first pucker done, see, this seems really loose and kind of sloppy looking. Once you get this one done and in place, the rest stay fairly tight. So I've stopped my thread here. I'm just going to push that in with my thumb and just hold it over with my index finger like that. Just kind of give it a little, see my thread? Pull that really tight. It's a little bit of a wrestling match to get that first one into position. And my strip is really thick. This is really, so now you line everything up again, pulling my strip back a little bit to give it some room to flip. I'm watching the spacing between my little tucks here. I want my needle to go through and come out right about there. As you can see my previous stitch. When I pull this one, this was my first one. It's loose. When I pull this one, it'll tighten that up. So now I've come through all three. I'm measuring 3/4 of a centimeter over. I am looking to see my previous stitch. I want to go right beside it through my vamp and my strip. I stop my thread there, it's hanging, because I want to tuck this in and push it over and give it a good pull. I'm going to have to go back here and really push that one in. You do have to make it go where you want to, kind of give it a push and a pull. Sorry, my hand has gone numb, shaking it. I have carpal tunnel. Mornings are not the best for me. So line everything up. And I know that this is a challenge when you're not used to holding all of this material. Again, I'm watching all of my tucks here. I want them all the same distance. That's how I know to go through there. Three-quarters of a centimeter over, just through the moccasin sole part. And I'm looking at my previous stitch. I want to go right beside it. Careful not to sew on top of it. I stop my thread because before I pull that tight, I got to put everything into position. So I'm going to push that down right at that stitch, push this over, and then I pull tight. I'm at a weird give that a good pull. See, as I pulled the next two, it pulled this first one. Pulled the first one into position tighter. So I'm still on a bend. I'm still watching my flap. I need to give it some room. I'm watching my tucks. I want them all the same distance. So I want my needle to come out about there. So it's the same distance. And after I come out, this is where I measure 3/4 of a centimeter. My stitch. I just look in and see where I came through my previous stitch. I'm right beside it. Oh, that was close. Oh my God, I hope my thread doesn't break there. I've stopped my thread. It's just just a habit now to put my finger to stop my thread. Because before I pull that tight, I want to position this. I'm pushing right at that stitch. That's where I'm pushing it in and pushing it over. Kind of make it look like it's supposed to, and then I pull tight. And before each pucker, just kind of straighten out your hide, straighten everything out. You got to position everything. I'm giving my strip a little bit of extra material up here. I'm still on a curve. I'm watching where I come through so that each one is the same distance. Measure here 3/4 of a centimeter. just through the sole. Now my strip is on the straight part of the vamp now. I've done the curve. Looks real kind of wonky here, but that's okay. We'll straighten that out after. I've stopped my thread here. That stitch, I need to position my pucker, push it down, push it over. And give it a good pull. I'm also looking at my ends here. My point is here, my vamp is there. I still got a ways to go. How many have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 in. Oh, push that back in. So I'm lining everything up. Come straight through. Three-quarters of a centimeter over. Just through the foot part, the sole part. I'm looking to see where my previous stitch, I want to come up right beside it. Not right on it, like right. Now I stop my thread from going too tight. I'm pushing this in, pushing that over, kind of placing it, and then I pull tight. Sometimes you have to push it back down. And it takes its position there. Still got a ways. So line it all up. Everything is flush here. Line it up. Come across so that they're the same distance, each one. So where I've come across here, that's where that little ditch is going to sit, right there where I came through. These little tucks, that's where that's going to sit. And when you measure 3/4 of a centimeter over from there, that's the depth of that little tuck. That's how much material is going to be sitting on the inside. The reason why I do 3/4 of a centimeter is a 1/2 centimeter is too small. It wouldn't bend. There's not enough to bend. A whole centimeter, I'd probably only end up with 4 or 5 puckers, but I'll show you on this one. See how they're sitting in there? If you went any bigger, these would be bigger and deeper, and they would probably feel funny on your feet. So you want to make them big enough so that your vamp fits, but not so big that they're sticking out and rubbing on your feet. So that's why all of my moccasins are 3/4 of a centimeter. I find it's a nice depth. Some people, I've noticed, will start with big ones back here and go to littler ones as they work their way around. But I find it hard to make them match like that. I've tried it. So I've gone through my vamp and my strip right beside this previous stitch. I stop my thread because I want to position that pucker, tuck it in there, hold it, pull tight. Now I'm almost to the end. My end's not quite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 on the other side. But I could fit one more. I'm going to fit one more on this side just because the other side had 8. This one has 7.
No, I have a knot in my thread right by my needle. An inch from the eye of the needle.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if my sister can get it out. Try to loosen it or something.
You can try. But if you can't, if you can pull it back so your thread is sitting on top here and tie it off, you're not going to see that. And then continue on with another knot here and go through. So this is my last pucker on this side. I'm going to go through here. Stopping my thread because I want to position this before I pull tight. So if I straighten it all out, the 2 ends meet up here. The point, my vamp. So from here, it's just a straight running stitch till about 1/2 inch from the end is where I'll cut that strip off. Your ends here are flush together. So I'm about 1/2 inch from the end. I want to cut this back on this angle,
Tracy,
Yes,
you only need to gather the top welt around the toe part, right?
yes, on the curve.
So once you start coming straight, you don't have to worry about that anymore?
No,
Okay, just want to
you can
make sure.
see, yes, you can see that it's nice and straight here
Yep,
to about here.
okay,
And then I've started, you can see how it's all bunchy up here.
yeah,
That's for my turnover.
okay, thank you.
My strip was really thick. It is doable. And it does go over. Probably the reason why I ended up with 7 on this side and 8 on this side was because I didn't move my needle over enough when I started. I might have, it looks like it's like right dead center. But that's okay. Somebody once said, you won't see it from the road. So I'll do this side of my moccasin, finish up these puckers. So I've turned my moccasin here around to face me, my strip. I'm going to go through here and just, I need my thread to start off at the top. So I'm just all I'm doing is going right beside through the vamp and the strip on top, because I need my thread up here to start. So I need to push over my strip, line it all up, watch my puckers so that they're all the same. I'm measuring. I'm measuring over from where I came out 3/4 of a centimeter. It's a small. And then I'm going back up here to see where I went through previously. Right beside. Stopping my thread. I want to push that in before I tighten that and push that over. So it looks somewhat of like a pucker there, and before I pull tight. And then we're going to do the next one. This one here is loose. It's that first one always seems to be wanting to get loose. It's the second one that's going to pull that first one tight. So again, I'm watching my strip to make sure it's got room to flip. Measuring over 3/4 of a centimeter. Whoop. Back up here, see where I came through previously. I'll go back right beside it, stopping my thread here. Because I have to position this, push that down, push that over, and then pull tight. And this one I have to really pull tight to get that first one tighter. There. I need a second there for my hand to go on numb. So here we go again. My strip has room. I'm still on the curve. I'm watching my puckers here to make sure that they're all going to be in the same spot. That looks about right. Pull that through, measure where I came out, 3/4 of a centimeter over. And you can see I'm not real close to the edge, but I'm not real far away either. It's about 1/8 of an inch, I guess, down. My little stitch. So I go back up here. I look to see where I came through previously. I want to go right there, right beside it. Stopping my thread. It's important to stop your thread before you push that down, push it over. position that and pull tight. After I'm done this, I'm going to show you on a piece of paper. It might make more sense, I think, if I draw it out so that you can see how those stitches, how your thread runs through there and how you achieve these little puckers. I'm going to do it on a piece of paper after just to see if you get that ta-da moment. So I'm looking, I'm going to go right through there, stopping my thread. It's an important step. Stop your thread before you position it. The reason, and I'll show you on the paper why you stop your thread. You don't want it sitting in the wrong place. Actually, I'm going to, whoops, give that some room. Come through. I'm going to show you now. I'm going to show you now. This, because we're puckering, I'm going to show you. The marker and paper. I just want to show you if this is your vamp. That's your vamp. And this is your moccasin outside. And we've done our little tuck here. This is folded here. That's that first little stitch. And then we come, your thread goes here. And it does this little stitch back. This doesn't have the strip in it. I just want to show you how your thread goes. So you put your needle back through this way. There's your and when you over here, when you come and you do that 3/4 of your thread, and then it comes back over here. This eventually folds down like that. I don't know if this is making any sense. And your thread goes back here and here and back. There's your little thing. There's your stitch is 3/4. And then you come back this way, right beside it, and goes back this way. So that's how your thread runs. So it's folding this 3/4 into this little space. And the reason why you have to push it down and fold it is that's where you get your nice little tuck from. I don't know if that helps. But that's where you get your gather, is that 3/4 centimeter. All of this tucked in here will eventually fit in this little area. So I don't know if it helps, but so I've come out on my 3. I'm going 3/4 centimeter over. And then I'm going right beside this previous stitch, stopping my thread. The reason for stopping your thread, that's what I was going to show you. Let's see here. How can I do that? Is if you look at a cross section, your leather actually is like this. It's like that on the inside. So when you stop your thread out here, because when you pull it, it pulls these tight. It goes right through straight across. If you didn't pull your thread might end up like behind here or in the wrong spot. That's why you stop it, so that it pulls these tight, pulls them straight across instead of in the wrong angle, which would be misleading to you. You know, you might think, well, my pucker's not right. It's not right. But it could be just that that thread was in the wrong spot when you pulled it. So that's an important step. So I'm almost out of the curve, but I'm just going to add a little bit more material there. And I'm watching, sliding down. I'm watching the distances here, so they're all the same. Three-quarters of a centimeter over. Beside where my previous stitch, I stopped my thread. See, it's hanging there. I want to position this, tuck that in, push that over, kind of hold it in place until I pull tight. Still got a ways to go here. But now I'm on the straight, so I don't have to worry about giving my strip any room.
When you're doing that straight part, how far apart are your stitches? Are they just very small or like maybe a half a centimeter?
On the top?
Yeah, like when you start doing just that straight, you know, when you don't have to pucker anymore, like where you're at now?
Oh, when you don't have to pucker anymore?
Yeah.
My running stitches are very small.
Okay.
And
Okay.
they're right on the edge.
And that's when you could actually hold them together, right? Like you don't have
Yes.
to worry about, okay, thank you.
Yes, you hold them flat, yes. I still got a couple more puckers to put in here though. So 3/4 of a centimeter. My previous stitch, I've stopped my thread, I pushed it down, pushed it over, pull tight. I want to count my puckers. That's center. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 on that side. I'm going to put one more here just because it looks, if I give it just a slight pull, it looks like it will take another pucker. So I want them to be the same on both sides. So I'll put one in. So my ends made up. It's just a straight running stitch from here. Hello? All right, goodbye. Sorry about that.
Tracy, is it best for me to wait for it, like maybe one other person to be done their puckering so you could do the teaching, the kind of the next steps? Would you suggest that?
Yes. I'm actually gonna take when I'm done this, because mine are done, I'm gonna take a couple of minutes to try and let the odd person catch up with at least one moccasin. And then I'm gonna show you how to sew over your flap.
Okay, thank you. So in other words, get my thread ready.
Yes, please.
I got one done. Yay!
You got one done. Good for you.
Holy man. I had to take a break last night. There was no way I could sit here. I was so frustrated. Oh, I was like, nope, I'm just gonna wait till tomorrow. I gotta sleep it off. I need to go outside. Oh, jeez. But it's fresh, ready to go. Cool. I'm gonna start my next one now.
Yeah, go ahead. Start your next one.
So whenever you're ready, I'll have at
Yeah.
least one done. So
Okay, perfect. Because we're kind of on a timeline here, I'm gonna go ahead, but I'm gonna take just a minute to have a little bit of a break and shake my hand out. When I come back, hopefully there's a few more that are done their puckers on at least one. I would like to show you at least.
where is everybody at with their puckering? Does anybody have at least one moccasin done?
Not even close.
No.
Well, okay.
But go ahead and I'll figure it out.
Yeah, and you can always review the videos.
Yeah.
You know, even while you're sitting there puckering away, you can still watch. The next step is not that hard. You can still watch it. But I'm gonna give you all about 2 minutes, and then I'll come back. So thread up your needle, lots of wax.
I just got back. What step are we at now?
We're still puckering.
You're still puckering?
So she wants to know, well, actually, where are you at? Do you have one done?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Because when she comes back from her break, she's going to show everybody the next steps, at least what to do with one moccasin or one mukluk. So
Okay.
she's
Alrighty.
gonna get your needle and thread ready and waxed up, and then we're going to start that next one.
Got it.
But just so everybody knows, I am recording again. So I will upload everything afterwards. Yesterday was actually a pretty quick considering. What takes the longest is actually getting the video to upload from Zoom onto the computer. But once it goes to YouTube, it's really fast. So I think I got the video up by like 4:30 or 5 yesterday, which is not too bad. I was thinking more like in the evening, but so it actually went pretty quick. So I'll make sure I post all of them. You'll be able to find them in that Facebook chat, or not chat, the comment section of our, where you've been finding the Zoom links. Jeez, sorry. Okay.
Right, yeah, because that's where I had to go back this morning, was to watch it again and watch it again. My puckers aren't perfect, but
Me neither.
oh well. Oh well.
But
It
then
is what it is.
the way I see it, once you flip that flap over, you're not gonna really see it anyway. So
Yeah, yeah.
and like
so-
Tracy said earlier, you're not gonna see it from the road. You're fine. Mm.
Just gotta tell people to stay 6 feet away from you.
Yeah, exactly. See, perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to rethread my needle here because I want a longer thread than that to go all the way around. It's kind of a pain in the butt to tie that off in there. So at this point, make sure that you have a long enough thread. This is a top stitch. I'm going to use black so that you can see. You will need a pair of pliers for this.
Pardon? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
You will need a pair of pliers.
Okay.
Lots of wax.
Sally, I still see your time on your shirt.
Yeah, when they put that on me, it felt like what they would do with the Jews there when they would put a number to you. I laughed.
Knock my camera.
This is your new name. Hey.
Yeah, 1031 is my new name.
Okay, to start this, let's kind of work it all out. So as you're going around, give it a pull. See, I got lots of extra. They're not quite puckers. That'll all straighten out when I turn it. But we're going to start on the left side. I'm on the left side of my moccasin. That little point there, give it a good pull over. You don't want to pull it so that it's like bent right over. You want to pull it over just so your flap goes over really tight over your seam. And you're going to start at the top.
Okay, so is that where we cut? Like, remember I said this morning I only had one side to cut? So we just cut it on an angle?
Yes, just cut it on an angle. See how mine is down from the edge?
Yep.
I pulled it over and I pulled it back. It's sitting right in the proper spot. I'm putting my knot on the inside. The first couple of stitches you won't see, it's just to hold that up there. It's a running stitch in and out. That's not a stitch, that's a pen line on my leather. But as I go
Okay,
along,
which way do I cut it?
hang on, here, I'll show you. Right here.
Okay, so you're sewing that little angle part first.
Yeah. I
Okay.
turn this over. See how it goes to the back? It's on that angle from there to the back, kind of in.
Okay, so I cut it towards the end.
Yeah. Cut it
Okay,
so that when you fold it over, it's actually going to kind of ride up to the back here. So just put
so
a
it should be
stitch.
flush with the back?
No. No, it's down from the seam, down from
Okay.
the edge.
So, okay, got it.
So just, I put a stitch there to hold the end up there. This is a running stitch, but to determine the width of your stitches, you want them to be the same all the way around your moccasin. They're not small stitches. The width of these stitches, see, the stitch itself is real tiny, but between the stitch, how you determine that is when you did your puckers, because each one of these little stitches is going to line up with your little tuck here. So to start at the back, there's no puckers, but you want the same distance, and you'll notice that my top stitch is the same from the top all the way around. Like they don't come down to the edge here. They're staying up. These stitches are right up, excuse me, under your seam. They're going to be right here. Under your seam, not on your seam. Remember that those Glover needles, if you try and stitch on previous stitches, it will cut your thread. So these stitches are going to stay just under that seam. So for now, there's no puckers up here. It's just a straight running stitch, but that's how you know how far apart to keep them, and just under that seam. As you're going along, pull that over nice and tight. And these little stitches go right under. You can actually see under there that your stitch is staying under. My needle came through just under the seam of my vamp. And the distance is going to be the same distance as my puckers. So that when I come around, ouch, they're all the same. You're going to have to keep pulling at that, pull your thread tight. You're only working from the inside until you get to the puckers. To pull each stitch, and each time you go, you pull that straight over. When you pull over your flap, don't pull it on an angle, pull it so that it comes like straight this way over, not like this way or this way. It goes straight over. Some of you might have a little bit of a gather in there. That's fine. it's important to keep that straight over, and the distance between the bottom, my stitches, and the top is all the same. After each stitch, pull tight. Pull that straight down, small stitch, and my needle is going under my previous seam. And this is where I'm up to my, where my puckers are. See my first puckers right here. I want my stitch to be in the same spot up here as what's down here. Keeping the same distance, the same. Ooh. When you get to that first pucker, that's where your stitches are going to be sitting on top. You can see your little indents on your puck. Those is where your stitches are going to sit on top. But you don't have to stick your hand in. Once you get to your puckers, you don't have to stick your hand in anymore, because we're going to go across. So I'm just going to go put my one little stitch on the top here. And I'm going to go sideways through that space between the two. See my needle? I'm going sideways just under the seam. I'm making sure that my needle is not touching any of the previous stitches. Just catching enough material. You can see where I came out here. It's going to anchor down here. The reason for sewing it like this, and because my needle's laying flat, pliers, give that a little pull. What was I going to say? Okay. Pull that. So now I know that my next stitch is going to be right above this ditch, but it's going to be the same distance on the top. I'm watching the top where it comes out, same distance from the bottom. I'm going to pull that, give it a good pull. So I'm making a small stitch on top. You might have to stick your hand in there and pick up that little bit of material. See where I pinched it? You're going to go through there sideways. Careful, careful not to touch your existing thread. It's hard to grab that needle. I use pliers to pull it through. You can actually see how that's. So when I pull that down tight, it's actually a nice stitch because it picks up your pucker. It kind of makes them a little bit more prominent.
Yeah. My fuckers can see.
So there's my stitch on top. I'm going to push up my pucker so I can grab it here a little bit. And I'm just going to go sideways. Careful not to touch my other thread. This is why I say that my moccasin, when I sew my moccasins, it tells me where to put the stitches. So I know that this is the little pucker here. That's where I want my top stitch to sit. I'm gonna go sideways through that. Sometimes you gotta, I use my fingernail to guide that tip out of there. Because sometimes it wants to go into the next one. Ugh. Careful not to break your needle or bend your needle. And it's the same process all the way around, turning that over. At this point, you can kind of see that my moccasin kind of wants to cave a little bit. I'm just going to turn that and give it a press with my hands over. See my stitches? They're right on with my my puckers. I'm trying to keep everything nice and even. Sometimes if it gets uneven, you have to kind of work it back, you know, giving a little bit here and there and making them fit back together. My flap is straight over. It's not pulling one way or the other. I made a pair of moccasins for my husband about 15 years ago. This style, well, maybe 10 years ago, 12, and he's still wearing them. They were made out of 5.5 ounce buffalo.
You know what I was thinking, Tracy?
What's that?
I'm looking at my puckers and they're not the best, but because I'm doing this, it's actually defining my puckers.
Yes, yes,
that's
it does.
cool. I just wanted to share that. It just makes me feel like all that hard work is actually being noticed now.
Yes, because when you go through that pucker, it kind of makes it
like it,
fold a little bit better, right?
yeah, it like defines it more.
Yeah.
Cool.
Every once in a while, just fold it all back and kind of place it where you need to. My sister, she says, oh, I can do a pair of those. She knows how to pucker. She knows how to do all of that. But when it came time to doing this, she was sticking her needle way inside with her hand and trying to come out and go back in and pulling her needle right through. And then she kept saying, oh, it keeps cutting my previous thread and it's so hard. And I said, well, you didn't, she didn't ask for help, and she just said she could do it. And then when I showed her, she said, oh my God, that's so much easier. Yes, it is easier from sewing it on the outside than trying to sew that on the inside. It's deceiving when you look at them because you think it was sewn right through on the inside.
So you're just so at the puckers, you're just sewing it to the puckers?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm only sewing it to the puckers. Oh, I can see some fraying going on my thread here. Yes, you're just sewing it to the puckers. If you push them out and pinch them up, you just go sideways through it. You have to grab enough so that it doesn't tear through, but not so deep. And as I'm sewing around, I'm watching the distance between the bottom. See how my stitches are all like right the same distance from the bottom and the top. And because this is a top stitch, you don't need a big stitch on the top, just enough to pull it down. So I've gone through my last pucker on the other side. There's no more puckers under there. So it's just a straight running stitch, pulling that over, making sure that you don't go through your seam, your previous seam. It's sitting right under, and keep your stitches all the same from the bottom and the top and the same distance apart. It's just a running stitch from here. I can actually see when I look at it this way, pulling this over, and again, this is my easy side. You might have to flip yours back and forth like I do. I flip it this way and I flip it that way. I'm right-handed and I can see my needle's coming up just under. Pull that over, right there. Flip it back. Pulling my flap. When you come to the end here, just pull that little flap up, not right flush, but just kind of give it a little pull upwards. I'll show you on this one. See how your the ankle part is going to come over there. It gives it a nice finished look. But you can see underneath how it covers that. The two kind of go together really nice. Like you can't see the end because it's up in there. This covers that end really nice. Knot it on the inside. Give it a little shape. And there you have it. See all my stitches? My flap was pulled over really nice. I'm going to have a wrestling match with my other one because my flap is a little bit stiff on the other side, but I'll be able to get it in. And my ends are tacked right up to the end, but I'm leaving this open here for when I put on my high top, so it's not bulky in this corner. So the next one, position this, pull it up, pull it back. Oh, this one's really short. I'm actually going to trim that ink off of there. I don't want ink showing. So I've pulled it back, pulled it up as far as I can go. This one was a little bit short. Should catch it though. Pulling my flap, it's just a running stitch across here, in and out from the inside. When you get close to your pucker on the inside, you have to kind of gauge it in this area so that you're like you don't end up with two stitches real close together because you've come up on your pucker. It's kind of a judgment call. Mine is a little bit long here, the area. So you can do two things. You can just go from there and start with your puckers, or you can make another stitch and miss that one and carry on here. It's kind of up to you in this area if you want your top stitches to look nice. I think I'm going to miss that first one. I'm going to go down here just because I want my top stitches to line up, and I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back on the second one to make them all line up so that my top stitches look nice. So it's just a little bit behind, but as I go along, I'll adjust my stitch lengths. As I go along to make them match. You can see where my stitch is a little bit further back than this pucker, but as I go, I'll make it line up. And
Tracey,
still, pardon me?
my thread frayed and broke while I'm sewing around the pucker. Would you suggest I pull it back out and tie it off and then restart that way?
Okay, let me see. Let me see where it broke.
Like I'm on this side and it broke.
Okay.
So do I pull it back out and tie it off so it's hidden under here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, the best spot is right on a pucker.
Yep.
Pull it back there, tie a knot there. And then when you start your other thread, go in on this side with your knot and kind of go right beside your first knot and then continue on from there.
Perfect. you.
Keep an eye on your threads. I can see mine is starting to fray a little bit. It's from all that pulling in and out of that hide. Always put more wax. When you see it start to get a little bit fray, put more wax before it breaks.
My Mukluks aren't going to be waterproof no more. They have so many holes from restarting.
Okay, I have a question. So I'm right at the end, like at the flat part. Now, I don't have to actually sew down that corner piece, right? Like this little piece here.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put a little stitch. This is where I wanted you to kind of pick up that corner. Mine doesn't have a corner because it was short, but that little corner, kind of pick it up and pull it up this way and put a stitch in it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, just kind of pull it up this way, put a stitch in it.
Okay. So I should have did that on the other side too then.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go do that. Okay, thanks.
For you mukluk people doing mukluks, after this flap is sewn down, the puckers are done. That's pretty much it for you guys today. The only thing I need for next Saturday for the mukluk people is make a pattern of your leg part. It's on your lining. Just go ahead and make a pattern. It's going to be easier this way. So it should be symmetrical so that when you fold it in half, it's the exact same on both sides, but you have it there in your lining. If you can just go ahead after this step is make that pattern for next Saturday. And you can go onto my Facebook page. It's open. My photos are open to everybody. Look under products, the album products. There's some pictures in there of mukluks, and it'll just give you an idea of where you want to put your embroideries. Like, do you want to put them up the front? Do you want to change it, put it up to the side? If you want to add fur, you have all week to get fur. Or no, sorry, your fur is included in your kits. Yes, beaver fur. Yes, but go ahead and look at the pictures of how the placements are. And it'll give you a nice idea of how you want your mukluks to look. Do you want them to be different? Do you want, so that's a,
What's
well,
the
you
name
can,
of your page?
pardon me?
I said, what's the name of your Facebook page?
It's just Tracey Larochelle.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
There's a picture of my son on my profile.
Yeah.
My son Jordan. He's wearing a black and white buffalo check shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, your beaver fur was included in the mukluk kits. If you wanted something different, by all means, if you have something different, it's not going to hurt my feelings if you change your fur. You can save your beaver fur for mitts or whatever else. It's up to you. Like I said, check out pictures, see what you can do. I want you to make your mukluks your own. Heat. Whew.
Paige? Louisa's waiting to get into the room.
Yeah, I just looked up.
Okay.
I know I always forget to keep looking.
No, she just messaged me.
She's probably trying to message me too. I haven't even looked at my.
Hi.
Hi.
So we're just sewing around today.
He showed us how to do the, what do you call it? Like the flat part. Once you actually have everything sewn together, how to put that top piece down
Okay.
like this.
Okay, I'll go grab my moccasin.
So the moccasin people once you have this down and done, you're done for today here. The rest of it's going to be moccasin completion, hopefully today. So the mukluk people, yeah. You can go back if, excuse me, if your puckers are not done on your other one, you can go back on the video. You'll have all week to finish up your puckers and to turn your flap over and sew it like this. You'll have all week to do that, and actually 2 weeks. Yeah, you'll have 2 weeks. And do that pattern for your legs. So when you come back on May 1st at 10, we will continue on from there. Things you will need when you come back on May 1st. If you have access to a sewing machine, that would be great. If not, we can do it by hand. I can't think of anything else other than your normal sewing basket stuff like rulers, pens, straight pins,
More Band-Aids.
more Band-Aids, first aid kit.
That would be important for Mukluks as well as moccasins, or just moccasins like the sewing machine.
Yeah, if you have it, it would be good for both.
I don't have a sewing machine. It's this.
If you don't, that's okay. We can do it by hand. So there, I'm done my 2 flaps turnover. One kind of wants to turn a little bit, but that's okay. It's see if I take this one and put it there, they look looks like it's the wrong foot. It's okay. They go like that.
So after we're done, like putting the flap on, like we can play with the vamp thing to kind of, I guess, push it out and shape it.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
because I've been trying to do it as we're going, but yeah, it's a little bit tight.
Yeah. Once you get around to the top, you'll see that it flips better because it's already in that kind of position. Mine was a little bit tight on this one because it was so stiff. You can actually see some of the tucks where I tried to pull it in. But it's okay. Like I said, you won't notice it from the road.
That's what I told Paige, that we have to stay 6 feet apart anyway, so
Yeah.
you can't have anybody close to us more than 6 feet.
It's my turn to step away for a half hour, so I'll be back in about a half hour.
Okay, sure. So I'm going to go and make a sandwich, I think. It's 12 o'clock. You guys can grab a bite, continue on with what you're doing if you feel like you want to catch up. And I will be back in 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. But at 1 o'clock, I would like to, it gives us 2 hours, maybe at 12:30. 12:30, I would like to cut out our high top for our moccasin, get that cut out, and started to sew at 12:30. So it would be sweet if we can get one moccasin completed with the flap sewn down. I'm thinking because we have the moccasins and the mucklucks, I'm thinking that if I keep this timeline for this weekend, the moccasin people can come back on May 1st to watch the mukluk people put their legs together and put them on. It's the same idea as what we're going to be doing. So if you're not up to this step, don't worry too much, because I will come back and touch on it again May 1st. But for those of you that have been keeping up, I want to get going on the high top section of our moccasin. So I will be back at 15-20 minutes, and at 12:30 we'll do this.
So is there a certain way that we have to start going around on here?
Sorry. Turn on your camera. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, okay. So you have to start, hold on. I'll unspot her. I'll spot me. Okay.
Yeah.
You can see? Okay. So what you have to do, you have to be able to pull this little guy up to the corner. Like you want to pull it up. See how I made it
Yeah.
flush with like, yeah. So you're going to start with that little stitch there.
Okay.
And then you're going to move your way over, and you're going to sew from the inside out until you get to your first pucker. When you get to your first pucker, you're going to put your needle through. Hold on.
Oh, because we have to make sure we don't cut the string, eh?
Right. So she said go on top of the string would be best. So you want your needle to kind of go through like, hold on, like that.
Okay.
And then when you do, like that's going to be on the inside. So once you pull it through, it comes out. Then you're going to go from underneath in here. I don't know, it's kind of hard to show because I'm not at that spot anymore.
Yeah.
But then you're going to go.
Pull it up really close.
Yeah. So when you come out, you're going to be in between your puckers.
Okay.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So where your stitch is going to be. So if you look at the stitch here,
Yeah.
it's in between the
Okay.
pucker.
Sounds good.
And then you go back down, and then you go through the pucker again. So it just also helps define each of your puckers out too. And it saves you from having to put your hand way inside of your moccasin to try to go in and out with your needle.
This one was like
You're actually
this
going-
one was like really close to the edge. See this side? Like I
Oh,
won't
so
even be able to pull it up, I don't think.
when you got to that area, you're supposed to cut it on an angle.
I didn't cut it. That's how short it was. Like that's because I was clumping it over here to make it easy to flip over. I guess I clumped it
Yeah.
too much, and then it got really short.
I think you could have still cut it on an angle, because see how, shit, I'm working on my second one now, so I can't really, like it's on like a 45-degree angle. Maybe, Sally, do you have one side of your moccasin still not attached yet?
Yep.
Can you show Louisa what that cut looks like?
Yeah, I know what you
Um,
mean, like on this side, like I would cut it this way going down, eh?
'Cause it's cut,
Like
cut
this.
here, but see, I didn't cut mine
Yeah,
here
got
on
it.
this side yet. I still have to cut it so it'll be flush with,
Yeah, so I would cut it like this at an angle.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
But this one, like it's
but
too
if you,
short. What would I do?
yeah, remember yesterday yours was too short.
Yeah, when we were at the wellness center.
Ew.
Maybe Gwen would know.
Well, she'll be back in 15 minutes. Maybe start on the other side.
Okay. Yeah, because Gwen said it's fine.
Yeah, so that's what I would do. I would just slice it from the other side where you have the room, start sewing that way around. And then when she comes back, you can ask her and she'd probably say, just do like a little snippet.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that would be my suggestion. But do you know what I mean by,
Like cut it right up against this point at the angle, like in here or something.
so
Yeah.
kind of showing your felt just a bit.
Oh, inside the felt.
So like mine's already sewn together, so it's hard to show you how it looks.
Okay.
So like when mine's actually flipped.
Just to say it's like not even maybe a quarter of a centimeter, like
Into the
from,
felt.
yeah, from your hide to your felt.
I accidentally sewed it right to the felt. Too. I guess I'll have to just see Gwen. Cause
No,
like
you should be fine. She'll probably just hold on. She'll be back. She'll probably just tell you to cut it.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because like, see, I didn't cut my other one too, and I sewed right up to like where you are too.
Yeah, right up.
Yeah, so like I'm gonna have to ask her how to go about like snipping that off and tacking it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just wait till they get back.
Yeah, she said she was just going for 15 minutes, so she'll be back. She's pretty quick.
Yeah.
Really eats fast. Did you do both your moccasins?
No, I just did this one, but I guess I could start on that one while I'm waiting.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Any questions? Is there any questions at this point? Is there anybody?
I think just Louisa had a question and Sally about their corner, like, because they filled up.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll let them.
okay. Let's see. Let's see what you got.
So mine, it was like my thing came too short when I was bunching it, I guess, on one side. So like I didn't even have to cut it yet, and it's really close to the thing.
Okay.
So how would I pull it flush to here?
Paige, can you pin Tracy again? Thanks.
Okay. So you can do two things with that. You'll see that mine is short. Mine was also too short.
Yeah.
But when we come around there with that 1.5 inches, what I'm going to do with mine is I'm going to leave it like that. If you have pinking shears, I'm gonna just cut off so it looks like it's gonna come up, but from there to there, this will cover it.
Okay.
That will cover it. But yours is sewn right to the very end. See how I didn't sew mine right to the very end? You can take out 2 or 3 stitches and cut that back and then just re-sew it to kind of tie everything, well, not tie it off. If you sew on top of those previous stitches back here, it'll lock them all in and then sew it to here. Or if you're comfortable with scissors, is just to flip that. I don't have one.
Just cut the leather back.
Just trim that bulk out of here without cutting your stitches.
Okay.
But you should be fine because you've sewn right to the end. You should be fine. It's just to eliminate some of that bulk, is just to trim it back with scissors just a little bit without cutting your end here.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. I'm here if you have any questions. If you want me to kind of go back and show you anything, but I'll leave you to try and get at least one moccasin at this point where your flap is sewn over and your puckers are done. And then at 12:30, we're going to cut the rest of our embroidery and start sewing that on. And for those of you who are up to this point and have 2 moccasins done, if you're just waiting, go ahead and cut your liner out, which is what I'm going to do. Cut my liner.
Oh, Tracy, I actually have another question.
Yes.
How much do these kits cost? Because
Uh,
I was thinking of buying two.
I'd have to check. I think they're 180.
Okay. What about what is it? Mukluks?
The Mukluks are $480 for the kit.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask my sister-in-law if she would
Okay.
want to do the moccasins or the mukluks, like which one she would want to do.
Okay, sure. Let me know.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Tracy,
Yes.
I cut, okay, on my Muckaluk, this is the one that I cut. And this is the one at the other side. It's too short. Is that gonna be okay?
Okay. Ah. Well, yeah, you must have put a lot in around here in order to make it too short. There must have been a lot. So
No, what had happened was that I ended up cutting it off. I just cut it too short because I was like Louisa, where it was right up to the top of the vamp.
oh, I see. Okay. Okay. All right.
And I cut it the wrong way too.
Okay. Um, two things. There's always ways around this kind of work.
Okay.
My mother used to say, if you make it look like that's what you intended, it's not a mistake. So,
Okay.
with that being said, you can leave it the way it is, and when we come to put that ankle part around and it's too short, we can do something else to hide that.
Okay.
Something decorative, something nice. I've done that before.
Okay.
Or you're probably not going to like this one, or you can rip it all out and start again.
No, I'll go with the decorative thing.
Okay. I kind of
'Cause I-
figured
I-
you would.
Because I noticed too that I kind of cut it on an angle instead of trying to cut it more straight. So yeah, figure it out when I get there.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I
Alright.
figured you were going to do.
Yeah, no, I ain't pulling it apart. Thanks. Now, do I knot on the inside or the outside? Does it matter?
On the inside.
Okay.
Here, Tracy, is this good enough? That's how close I can cut it to the thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine. But when you tack that down, you take that point and you pull it up
Here.
like this. You just, oh, where's my camera? Here. You just take that point and pull it up. So you're going to start stitching close to here, and it'll be almost like a little curve.
Okay.
That leather, yeah. So just so that when the other flap goes over, it's going to be right up underneath.
So it would be like this then. Oh, wonder where's my camera?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
just
well,
give it a
as
little
close as
pull
I
up.
can.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
the hide is very forgiving because it stretches and kind of molds wherever you want it to go.
But this is far enough here from the top of that on
Yes.
this foot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one done now. So what do we do? Do we cut out the lining now, you said?
Yeah, just for 5 minutes, go ahead and cut your lining.
Okay. Because I still have my other one to do with the puckering and everything like that. So I can do that
Okay.
later.
Yeah, you can do that later.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, I'll give everybody 5 more minutes. And then we have to move on to the cutting of our rest of our embroidery.
Tracy,
Yes.
that one out.
What's that?
Can you see it? My puckers.
Yes.
I'm impressed.
You should be. You
Oh.
should be. Very good job. Did you count them to see if you had the same amount on the same sides?
Of both moccasins?
Yes.
No. Well, the other one I have like 11. This one I have 10.
Close. That's good. And what size is it?
What size is my moccasin?
Yes.
8.
8. Okay.
Yeah, I followed the thing that you said, the 3/4 of a centimeter.
Okay.
So
Very good.
yeah, now I gotta do the other side. Hopefully the other side looks as good. Ugh.
Okay. It's 12:30. I have to kind of keep the timeline going here because we have Mukluks and Moccasins. So we're gonna cut our high top moccasins out. The Mukluk people should be done for today. We'll do yours next class. So on your liner, there should be a measurement on your liner. Mine is a size 7. Mine is 15 3/4 inches. That measurement is the length around the ankle of your moccasin.
I don't have no measurements on mine.
Okay. Do you have this piece?
Yeah,
Measure the length. What size are your moccasins?
10s, 9 10s.
Men's?
Yes,
Okay, measure that.
16.5 inches.
Okay, that sounds good. 16 1/2 inches. That's the measurement that you need.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Everybody's got their measurement? I need a pen. I gotta get a pen.
Mine is the same as yours.
Yours is a ladies 10 though, Paige.
No, mine's an 8.
Oh, an 8. Okay,
Yeah, it says 15 3/4 mine.
okay.
Hi there, just letting you know I'm back. This does not apply to Mukluks, what you guys are talking about, correct?
Yes,
I'll just keep working on my flap then.
okay. Yep. Feel
Mine
free to,
Mine says 15 3/4
and what size?
or 8.
Yep, that's right.
There it is.
So on your, you will need a ruler. If you only have a 12-inch ruler, that's fine. We can kind of make do with that. But when we're cutting stuff out for this, we're always working from the centers. We're always going to work from the center. So on my embroidery, you can see where my embroidery ends on both ends. We're going to measure that and we're going to find the center. But don't mark it on top of the felt. You're going to mark it, well, first of all, no. Let's cut them apart first. Getting ahead of myself here. So you'll see that you have 2 ankles. between the two, I want you to find halfway. So if you measure from this top embroidery to that top embroidery line, find the center, put a mark with a pen. You can mark it that with the pen.
So it's
Because we're going to cut.
almost 3 inches.
Pardon me?
Mine is almost 3 inches.
You're doing moccasins?
Yep.
Okay. So it's 3 inches between the bottom of your embroidery to the top of in the center. Show me your embroidery, Paige. That's not 3 inches, Paige. Measure from your leaf.
Oh, I'm measuring from the leaf.
Yeah, measure. See, this is embroidery here. So I'm measuring this
Oh,
blank distance.
Dun, dun, dun. Yep. Okay. Gotcha.
Find the center. You want to separate these two right in the center. You can mark it with a pen, and you're going to draw a line on those two centers all the way across your whole embroidery. If you have a 12-inch ruler, you might have to put 3 marks. But there's my center line between my 2 embroideries, right halfway.
Oh, I don't have the bottom embroidery like you do.
Yeah, no, everybody's embroideries are different.
Okay, that's what was throwing me off. Okay.
Everybody's embroideries are different, and everybody's measurements will be different. That's why I'm not giving you my measurement. I don't want to confuse anybody. But from that embroidery, whatever it is, whether it's a border or leaf or whatever,
It's not. Is
measure
this one
between.
for the, sorry, for interrupting. Is this one for the high tops or for the Mukluks?
This is for the high top moccasins.
There.
The Mukluk people are done for today. The Mukluk people, if you can get your puckering done, your flap turned over and sewn, and make a pattern of your leg section from your lining.
Okay, hon.
The leg section for May 1st. When we come back May 1st, then we're going to do the leg section.
Okay.
So the moccasin people, draw a line separating your 2 right in half. The center is usually the bottom of your embroidery. But at the top, on each side is the top. You can see my flowers go out. Each side from the top of your embroidery, I want you to measure a 1/2 inch. For those of you with the bigger sizes, the men's sizes, you will see that you don't have a 1/2 inch. It kind of runs into where your vamp was. Let me know if you have that. And I will show you how to fix it. So there's a 1/2 inch from my embroidery to there. Do the same on the other side. A 1/2 inch, not from the basting line, but from your embroidery. You can see that mine was very, very close to where I cut my vamp out. Some of you might run past there. That's okay. Make it a 1/2 inch. I want you to take that basting stitch out from your embroidery. Best way to do that is to pull the bobbin thread and you want to take out any machine work. You always pull the bobbin thread. Any threads in your embroidery that look like they shouldn't be there, just gently pull them up and snip them off. And your basting thread. Some of it gets embroidered right. But if you pull the bobbin thread first, it should come out. Might have to snip it here and there, but it should come out. See a thread here that shouldn't be here. Pulling that. Snip that off. Okay, so you should have your 3 lines, your center line, and a 1/2 inch, and a 1/2 inch on both sides. Now, from the ends, I want you to measure. They're usually approximately 14 inches. These embroideries are 14 inches, but just measure. Mine's 14.1. I'm going to find halfway, but I want to put a mark right at the very top. I don't want to put a mark in my embroidery. I'm just going to put a mark right there, halfway at the top, and on the other side. Mine is 14.1, so halfway would be right there. So that's halfway. So my measurement is 15 3/4. I'm doing a size 7. Size 7 and 8 I think is the same. Size 9 and 10 is the same, and then the men's is bigger. But mine is 15 3/4. Yours will be different. So 1/2 of 15 3, you half your length here, half your length. Which is 7.5, 7 3/4, no. 15. Mine is just under 8 inches, half of it. So from the center line, I'm just going to mark that over. So half of 15 3/4 is just like 2 marks less 8. So from there, I'm going to mark it at the top here, the same, halfway. From this halfway point, that's half of my total measurement. And I'm going to draw a line on the end to connect those two. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. Well, yeah, so that's, yeah, it's the same, 15 3/4. So if I go measure from the center out, yeah, it's the same. And right on that top line, I'm going to put another mark here, and I'm going to draw another line. So this total measurement where we drew and we centered our embroidery should be the same length, 15 3/4, should be the same length as this lining piece, that same measurement. So check it before you cut. Always check everything before you cut with scissors, because once you cut with scissors, it's too late. So I'm checking mine to make sure it's the right length. On both ends, it's the right length, 15 3/4. So I'm going to go ahead and cut mine out.
I'm not good with this part. What is half of 15 3/4?
It's, I gotta look at my ruler here. You know the little line? My grandfather used to tell measurements like this. The little line between 7 3/4 and 8, there's a half of that. So it's 2 little marks less 8.
Oh my God.
2 little marks less 8. I know. I think those are, what is that, 16ths, 8ths? I think it's 7 7/8.
I don't think my ruler has those little, so it's like, oh man, I'm just gonna guess and hope this is it. Because I have a 3/4 and then 8, and then there's a line in the middle of that. Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Okay. And that's where I'm marking. So then my mark at the end of 15 is 15 3/4, right?
Yes, your total length will be 15 3/4.
Okay. Just making sure. I don't want to
Yep.
be making things. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Tracy. Loretta's at the start of her measuring the ends down by your flowers. How many is that, an inch at the end?
Here? Oh, sorry, here?
Yeah, there.
No, you need the measurement from here, your liner. What's the measurement on your liner?
Okay. Your liner.
14.
14 inches?
Yeah.
Okay, so you measure from your embroidery, measure from here
Yep,
to there and find the center of your embroidery.
so 14.7.
It's actually 14.1, I think the embroideries are long. So from after you find the center of your embroidery, then go from this center to 7. So
Okay.
7 and 7 is 14, and then it's nice and centered.
Oh.
Let me know when your cuffs are cut out.
Should I have the felt cut out too at the same time, like the liner?
If
Is
you're,
that all
if-
going together? Or?
if you're waiting, no, it doesn't go together, but if you're waiting, go ahead and cut your liner out.
Okay.
For the end of the 15 3/4, what was the measurement for your ends? The same question Paige asked.
You should be measuring from the center
Yeah.
is,
So what's half of
is
15 3/4 then?
half of 15 3/4 is 7 7/8.
7 and
7/8.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's just before half.
No,
Okay, I don't know what the 1/8 is.
right there. It's 2 little lines less 8.
Oh, okay.
Right in the middle of 8 and 7 3/4. That's
Okay,
what you're,
yeah, so it's past 7 3/4.
Yeah.
it took me a while to figure it out, but that's what it is.
Okay. So it's basically the half of the 4th quarter. I guess.
Yes, half of the 4th quarter. Yes.
From the center. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yep. If there's anybody that does construction work out there, they're probably laughing at us.
Half of the 4th quarter. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, just a quick little, each one of these little marks, there's 16 of them on a ruler between an inch. So that's 116, 216, 316, 416, 516. But if you go by the little bit longer lines, the half of a quarter, it's eighths. 1/8, 2/8, 3/8, 4/8. 4/8 is actually half, right?
Okay,
And
so
then the bigger line is a quarter. So quarter, half, 3/4. That's how you read a ruler.
basically there's 16 dots, but they're calling them 8.
They're 16. Yeah, they're calling them sixteenths.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
It's crazy.
You're welcome.
But here we are using math, and this was where I struggled. Fractions. Oh.
Just give a shout out when you have your embroideries cut and ready to go.
I'm good.
It was on mute. It wasn't. Oh, it was off mute. Love you too.
Okay.
I know. I love you. I wish we had a ruler. We need to buy a ruler.
Yeah, 18-inch ruler is really handy for stuff. 18-inch, not a 12-inch. Okay, so let's start here. You should have, moccasin people, you should have 4 strips left. 4 leather strips left. 2 of them are narrow. They're only about 1 inch wide. Take those 2 and throw them aside. What you want is the 1.25 inch, the wider one. You want the wider one, this one. This is your, oh, drop my camera. This is your flap that goes around here. This is going to get sewn in with your embroidery to your moccasin. This is what we're doing now. So the first thing is we're going to sew up the back of our embroidery to make a complete circle. So right sides together, fold it in half like that, and sew the ends together. No whip stitch. You sew a running stitch, and I usually sew from the top of my embroidery. I sew it down because I just leave my thread attached. I don't bother tying a knot there. So just a running stitch, small stitches, sew that together, right sides together.
Geez, if only everything was that easy to sew together. That's the fastest thing I've sewn.
I'm just going to throw a little knot in here. I'm not cutting it off though. I'm just going to throw a little knot in there. So it should look like that. Leave it right side out. If I take this, see the top of my flower, and turn it upside down and just slide it in here. Clips are handy at this point. If you don't have clips, you can pin the front. Remember that little mark that you put at the front? You can actually see it. You'll know. I always pin the front of my, or if your design, and I can see my mark down in there. So I'm just kind of centering it in the center of my moccasin. I'm going to put a pin in it. If you have clips, sewing clips, it should go in there fairly snug, and the back here is in the middle. So with that in place, and this in the back, in the very back center, look at your embroidery. Should be upside down as you look into it. Because when you flip that out, this is where I want you to try it, because I don't want you to start sewing and find out your ankle is upside down. So when I flip that out, see, my embroidery is right side up. So when you look at it, when it's down in there, it should be upside down. So my needle's still attached. That's in there where it should go. My center is pinned. Your leather piece that's 1.25 inches, just straighten off the end, cut it straight. Remember, it's always right sides together. So the side that I want out is going to be this side. So I'm going to put it right there at the back. That's where we're going to start to sew. And you'll notice that my leather is just like a stitch over my back seam. You need to leave that little tiny bit to sew up your leather here when you come back around. This is just a straight running stitch. See where I left just a little bit over? So when I come back around, I'll be able to sew those two ends together. Keeping all of your ends flush. Sew along the edge. Tight.
Okay, I need to see that again, how you started.
My center is right there where my first stitch is. I just left this leather just like a stitch a little bit longer hanging over here.
Okay,
Make sure it's cut off straight.
so where am I going with the needle? Because it's on the felt right now.
Bring it back out this way.
To
Yeah,
the back
right
first.
in the center. Bring it out this way.
Okay.
And then you can just start to sew a running stitch all the way around. Small stitches. Right
And close to the
Yes,
top.
right near the edge. Just make sure that you have enough, that you're catching enough felt that it's not going to rip out. I'll show you.
Okay.
I'm close to, yeah, I'm
Oh, yeah.
close to the edge. Small running stitches. Every 4 or 5 stitches there, give it a good pull tight.
And you said leave a little hangover, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the ones for the Mukluks were done for today, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna keep myself on here, and Paige, if you can send me the video tonight or whenever, or post it, whatever.
Yep, I'll post it after this. So it'll probably go up around the same time, probably like 4:35 by the time everything loads and downloads and all that
All the
stuff.
fun stuff with our fun Wi-Fi. Okay, no problem. I'm just gonna leave myself on here. Yeah. All right. Okay, thanks.
I've just come around on my first side for my pucker. Now, can I have an example of the cut that we make where our vamp ends?
Mine is already sewn down. So I'm gonna just, if this was, let's say that this is,
Tracey,
yes.
I have mine.
Oh, very good. Is yours cut? Yes. Look at Paige's.
Want me to expand it there?
On that
Hold on.
and
One sec. Add spotlight. Okay. Can you see?
yes.
Very good, yes. So if you keep it back from that seam, cut here and then cut on an angle up this way.
Into the boot. If I'm
Yes,
angle
yes.
up that way.
Perfect, Paige.
Turning upside down page. Hang on 100.
Which way? Which way do you want me to hold it? Like this?
Yes. Yes. So that angle, it goes long into, okay, I got it. I think, I hope. Yes. Thank you. Long into the boot. Okay. Woohoo.
Did you say you're using the 1.5 inch to sew around that part?
1.25 inch wide, yes, the wider part.
The strip? Okay.
I'm up to the corner now. I want to show you something here. It's just like when we did around the toe part. This flap is going to need room to flip. Same thing as around the corner. So when you get to this corner, this is fine. It's pretty much straight. There's enough room for it to flip. But when you get to here, from here to here across the vamp, there's kind of, it's not a sharp corner, but it's a good curve. I want you to do the same as what you did over here, is just give your strip some material to flip. You don't have to do much. See, mine is very, very small. I'm just going to give it some material, and you're going to do this across the front of the vamp. As you're sewing it along, just not big gathers. They're not big gathers. I'm just pushing it over. It's not gathered. It's just pushed over to give it just a little bit extra material to do that flip. So remember, when you get to the front of your vamp with your running stitch, that you have to give that just the strip. As you're sewing along, just push it over to put more material. You can kind of see it starting to do that wavy thing as I push it over and sew it in. You don't want to push too much because you'll end up too short on your strip when you get to the back. I just push it over just a little bit, sew it in all the way across the front of the vamp from one corner to the other. Every 4 or 5 stitches, you give it a good pull. So I'm coming up to the end of my vamp here on the corner. I'm still pushing my strip over so that it has the extra material I need for it to flip. And once you get past that seam, then you're okay again with your strip to just sew it straight in. It's flips on the side, okay. When you're sewing your strip in, don't pull it. Because if you pull it, then you're actually shortening it. I just kind of let it sit in there without pulling it. When I sew around the ankle, I always pull it kind of straight. I'm just noticing, because if you take a circle and you put another circle on the inside of that circle, it's going to be shorter around in the distance. So when I sew my thing, I always straighten it out, lay my strip so it's nice and straight, so that the two distances are going to be the same. I'm not sewing like this, not on a curve. When I sew, it's this is straight where I'm sewing. I'm going to leave my needle attached. And I'm going to cut that off. Just a little bit straight across. I'm actually going to go outside for 1 minute, and I'm going to let you guys catch up before we go on to sewing up this back leather. I'll give you guys a few minutes to catch up with that. I'm back. How's everybody doing?
I'm almost done, but I'm just running out of thread.
Plugging away.
Almost done the first one.
It's 25 after 1. Ideally, I would like to have one moccasin done, one of all the instructions on this recording. Just so if you, because you got 2 weeks. So if you want to continue on, you'll have your recording, you'll have all your instructions for the next 2 weeks. You might be done by the time we come back. For the next session is going to be mostly for the Mukluk people, but there will be, you can join in if you need more instruction for your moccasins. So I would like to get at least, me anyway, get one done by 3 o'clock, so it's on the video for you.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so from here, I'm going to flip this up, pull this all up now that it's sewn in. I'm always trying to eliminate the bulk at the seams. So what I do with the back here, these 2 pieces, I actually turn them out this way and sew them together. You can pinking shear it if you want to make it look nice, or you can just sew it like that, but I sew it on the outside. So these are going to be like top stitches. You will see these stitches. By turning that seam on the outside, if you just push it there and sew those 2 ends together, you don't get any bulk in the back of your heel. I think this one, yes, like that. I sewed it on the outside. It does take a little bit of a wrestling match, so I'm going to just bring my thread back to the top over here. You have to really hang on to it until you get that first stitch in. Once you get the first stitch in, it'll hold. Might have to sew it on the one side and then the other side just to get it to sit where you want it to sit. Push that back out. It's just the 2 ends of the leather that you're sewing at this point. There. Yeah, once you get that first 2 stitches started, it's easy to sew the 2 ends together.
So the stitch is gonna be facing outwards.
Yes, your seam is going to be facing outwards,
Okay.
just like that.
And we're doing the run stitch.
Yes.
Okay. And did you start that one like brand new? I'm assuming, yeah, because you have to end off the other one. Okay, never mind. I just answered it myself.
And this one here, you just end it on the inside and just tie a knot on the inside, the underside, I guess. So I have just enough, it's snug. When I turn my thing over, it is snug coming around here. I could have put a little bit more material for my strip around. It is snug, but it is gonna go. So my back seam is sewn up on the outside. That eliminates the bulk on the inside. It's not going to be so bulky on the heel. So at this point, you have some options. You can tack this down the same way we did this by pulling it right over the seam and tacking it under your previous seam. You can, your options are, you can add a lace in here. There is scrap material in your kits. This little tiny scrap will do probably 4 laces. I am going to put a lace in just to show you. I'm going to cut this ink off. But if you just go along the edge of your scrap, doesn't have to be a perfect circle. It doesn't have to be a perfect oval. But you just go along the outside of your, whatever shape it is. Mine just happens to be like that. And just start cutting a lace. And you just go around and around and around until you get enough lace. My lace that I cut is about 1/4 of an inch wide. You have to watch for weak spots and kind of corners. When you get to a corner like this, I pull my lace and there's a little wide spot there. I cut it on the opposite side, trim it out. But if you just keep cutting around in a circle. Lace doesn't have to be cut from a straight some people think that lace has to be cut from one long straight piece. No, you can cut it from scrap. Just give it a pull, look at it. Anything that's sticking out, just go back and trim it on the opposite side.
Okay, I'm coming to the end, like where I have to, like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm coming to the end, sewing my inside. So am I also leaving an additional piece of leathers? That's the part, because I have to sew those 2 pieces together, right?
Yes. So your 2 end pieces should have a stitch like one here and one there really close on this side.
I'm still on like the bottom part. like sewing together the inside. You know what I mean?
No, no,
Where it's still down.
I'm sorry.
Like I'm like this still.
Okay.
Like I'm coming to that end. So that leather, do I leave a hangover as well? Like I did when I first started?
Yes,
That's what I'm asking. Okay.
yes, only as wide as you need to sew it up.
Okay. So should I cut it now?
No, sew right
Cut it.
to the end and
Okay.
then cut it.
So sew, flip, and then cut?
Sew, cut, and then flip.
Okay.
So I'm just cutting lace here, and as I go around, my corners get a little bit sharper as I cut. Just make them a little bit wider, because then when you pull it, see that little where it got thick where I went around the corner, just trim it out on the opposite side. This one too. And you can keep cutting that when you go around the corners there. Yeah, if you leave just a little bit more, you can trim it later. Show you what I mean here in a second. But I can trim, I can get right down to almost nothing with a piece of leather. So there's, see how I left a lot on the end? There and there. You get those, if you trim them out on the opposite side, you don't even notice. So I have, wow, 2 really long laces.
Okay. Before I flip my leather down, this is where I'm sewing the back. Right? Because I flipped everything up now.
Yes.
So I'm going to sew this first before I flip down. Right?
Yes.
But I'm flipping it in like that.
Oh no, flip it over. Flip it over.
Like that.
Yep. Yep.
And then sew that together.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. It's a little bit of a wrestling match to get your first stitches in at the top. But once you get 2 stitches in, it's fine. They're together. So I'm going to put a lace in these moccasins just so that the instruction is on this video. So I can see, because of my design, and I can see this, I'm just going to eyeball it with a marker or a pen as to where I want my holes. There's no right or wrong on this. So if that's center, I'm going to put a hole there and a hole there. Looks good. You'll notice that my holes are closer to the seam than in the middle. That's because when I turn it, my sew line is going to go right about here. So you want to keep your holes closer to the top. So if you imagine your top stitch is here, that's kind of center. And they're in the center. So you can punch your 2 holes, because your lace has to go in before you tack it down. If you don't have a punch and you still want to put in the lace, you can cut 2 little slits with scissors is fine. Just don't make them too long, just little tiny slits. But I'm going to use a punch to punch those 2 holes. Oh. And it's good to mark them beforehand. My punch is not very good here. I'm going to snip them out. So there I have 2 holes punched. It is definitely easier to go without the lace. The lace is kind of decorative. I don't know if it will serve any kind of purpose other than being decorative, but it is definitely easier to sew without it. And I'll show you why. Because when you go to top stitch that, you have to keep checking your lace to make sure that it's up in there, just under that seam, to make sure that you don't sew it. Because if you sew it, you wouldn't be able to tighten it. So I'm just going to put a bow on here just to keep my ends out of my way. I'll straighten it up later. So there my lace is in. So now I'm going to go around and I'm going to top stitch this down. It's the same concept as what we did in the beginning around the toe, is you're going to do it a little bit at a time. And you're going to make sure that see right now it's kind of, you have to really pull it over, but you don't want to pull it over so much that the inside ends up rolling. You want to pull it just over the seam. You want your seam to stay flat. You can feel it. I can feel it on the inside with my left hand. My seam is flat, but this is pulled right over. Start at the back, center. You don't have to go really close to the bottom, just enough to give room for that lace in there. You might need pliers to pull your needle through on that rubber. I've sewed right through the rubber at the back. These are just tacking stitches, top stitches, so they don't have to be really close together. But make them nice and even and consistent. And I always check it. I check to make sure that my thread is up in there. My seam is flat. This is pulled over nice and tight. Once you get past that rubber there, you won't need pliers anymore. But each time I do a stitch, I'm checking, I'm making sure that it's nice and pulled and flat. I put wax on my fingers to help me pull the needle through. It's hard to grab that needle and pull it through, especially on the smaller sizes. So each time I push my lace up in there. When I sew, I only worry about 1 inch. I've seen people try and clip the whole thing, and to me, that's really hard. I worry about 1 inch, this much. That's what I'm sewing. So I push that lace up, I pull this down, and I make my 2 stitches or whatever. And then I go on to the next. I don't try and, pull over the whole cuff, the whole trim at once. I do 1 or 2 stitches and so there's my stitches. See, they're not close together, but they are small stitches. They're just small tacking stitches. They're nice and even and consistent. When you get around that corner, it is a little bit of a wrestling match to make it come down. And I always say, when you get to those joints, remember how short my thing was? Well, if I pull this right over and make sure that there's a tack here, that's going to cover that end. My end was short, remember? So I'm going to really concentrate on this corner and pull that right over. And as I tack it around, I'm going to put one right there to make sure that it's going to stay in that area to hide my end. When you come around to the front, you'll notice that if I was to pull this like really hard over, it would cut off the top of my design. So as I'm coming around the front, I'm not going to pull it as hard. It will cover a little bit, but the design will still be there without covering a lot of it. So you kind of got to use your own judgment on how much you want to pull over around the front. When you add that lace in there, the other thing is make sure it's not twisted. Your lace, try and lay it as flat as possible. Not a big deal, but So I'm back to the other side here. I'm making sure that this is going to get pulled over. It's going to hide the end of my, see the end is right, like right under there. I'm putting a stitch right on top of it so it's going to hold it. I'm flattening my seam with my left hand on the inside. I'm pulling my trim, my strip, I'm pulling it right over. Like I said, you can do without a lace if you want and just pull it over and tack it down. I've seen some people put in purely decorative lace where they'll just take a little short lace, put it in the 2 holes and tie a bow like it doesn't go all the way around the ankle. You can do that too. And my thread's too short. I'm going to tie a knot. Try and keep your knots on the inside. If you end up in an area where you can't really get to the inside, you can put a knot here underneath the flap. I always try and keep them on the inside. And that was black thread. So I'm back to the end. I bend it on the inside with my tacking. Those two sinew pieces, remember we left them hanging? Should have actually caught them on the first time around, but that's fine. I'll catch them this time around. I am going to make a knot with my thread. I don't want to put a big bulk in there with these sinews, but I'm just going to pull my sinews in and knot it right in to my thread here. Not that it's gonna, excuse me, whoops. Not that it's gonna hold a whole lot, but it's just gonna keep those threads up near the back and out of the way. If you've ever had to pull that sinew out, you'll know that it's hard to pull out. They're not going to go anywhere. They've already been sewn across. I don't worry about them too much. I just tack them up with my knot here. So yeah, I don't know if you can see that. See, I just tucked my sinew in there any old way, and I tied my knot just to hold them. It doesn't matter. It just holds it up out of the way and tie a nice size bow. Trim my ends. And you'll notice that there's no when I tacked it down, how am I going to show you this? Okay, so yeah, there's no big like I made sure that my seam was as flat as possible on the inside. There's no big lump, because you want to you always have to consider comfort, obviously. So there you have it. The ankle part went on with as little frustration as possible. I do have a lace. It did cover a little bit of my pattern on this one. That's fine. I'm not overly concerned about that. A little trick though, if you find that your ankle band here is too tight and you're having a hard time pulling it down in the front, is make a tiny slit right here. I had one pair that I'd done and it was too tight. It was way too tight and I didn't want to take it out. So I just went right along with my scissors and I made tiny little fringes all along, you know, the points on my pinking sheared edge. I fringed it all the way along, all the way around. It just gave it that little bit of extra room. So yeah, you can either cut a little slit here in the corner, you can pinking shear that, little tiny fringes all the way around. There's lots you can do. When making moccasins, you know, you got one style, you can do a lot of things. I've done moccasins where I've used two different types of leather, two different colors. Like I've done my moccasin in this color and I've trimmed it with black leather or purple leather, or lots of things you can do with it. So that's that. So now, 2 o'clock, I'm going to show you how to sew up your liner. Let's see if I have a cheater pair first. And I don't. If you have any questions, just shout them out. I'm here. Just going to go through the lining. You can come back on May 1st if you have any other questions or you're stuck. We'll work through it. But for those of you who can kind of motor along here, I want to put all the instructions on this recording. So you might be done your moccasins in 2 weeks. So on your lining, you will have 2 left sides and 2 right sides of this shape. I started doing my linings like this to avoid the bulk. I know a lot of people that do moccasins will just take vamp and the same cutout as their moccasins and make a liner. But I found what happens was where you sewed your puckers on your moccasins ended up in the same spot as when you sewed your liner, which left a big bulk there. So I took this idea of this pattern from skidoo boot liners. There's no puckering. There's no puckering in these liners. If you're handy on a sewing machine, they will sew up on a sewing machine very nicely. But I just want to give you the steps for the liner because it is easier to sew them in a specific order. Get this cut out. You can sew them in any order, but come on. I just find it easier if they're done in a specific order. They go together really well. So you have a right and a left of this shape. You have 4, 2 rights, 2 lefts. The easiest way, if you want to do a sewing machine, is to sew up this piece first, from here to here. These 2 pieces. So get sewn from here to here. That's the front top. If you sew that section first, then you take your ankle, mark the center, and just pin it in there right at the center. And that should go right around to the very end. Should fit in there nicely. Pin that and sew that all the way around. Once that's on like that, then you sew up the back. So these 2 will be sewn. You just sew up straight up and down the back, and then you're left with, try and hold it here. You're left with like that, and that goes on like that. I just mark the top center here, and the bottom center there. So your back seam will line up with that, and your front seam will line up with that one. And this is what it looks like, minus the top, of course. Took a cheater pair, and I'm going to just put the top in, but that's how your liner. So sew this first. Sew this next around, centering it. Sew that around, then sew the back of the heel, then sew this on the bottom. Pretty straightforward.
Tracy, I remember you mentioning yesterday to not cut it was for the men's moccasins, that they might need extra felt.
Okay.
Remember you were saying that yesterday? I'm just wondering, because I know there is a few men that were on here.
And they're not okay. Sure, we can run over that.
I think I think Adam is there, but Brian's not here, nor is Hank and Rick. But
Okay.
I'm
I'm
assuming you
here.
watched the video.
Okay.
Oh, are you here? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
I see you. Because I remember you
Um,
said that yesterday. So just
Yes. Yes, thank you for reminding me. When you cut your piece out, if that went like that, and you cut your piece out and it overcame into your vamp section that you're missing here, 1/4 inch is okay. If it goes more than 1/4 inch past here, what I do is, say your vamp has got a big, like, say your vamp, I'm going to mark it because you won't see it. Say your vamp, your thing had a big kind of it's going to look like this, a big chunk taken out of it.
Overlap.
No, not an overlap. It's actually a chunk. If they measure from there to there 1/2 inch and they end up going beyond their where they took their vamp out, there's a big chunk missing. And it's usually, it's this shape. What I do is, with a sewing machine and a zigzag stitch, is I take my scrap, this scrap, and I fit it in there like that, and just zigzag with a sewing machine to make the two butt up flush like this. Zigzag it across as though you were sewing a pair of pants with a hole in it. You know, you zigzag across to, that's all you do, is just put that piece of scrap in there, zigzag that so that it's butted, it's flat, because you're never going to see that. The only reason why you need that in there is to sew your to sew this on. See how far down that flap comes, right to the embroidery. So anything that you add in here is never going to get seen. I've done this a lot of times. And the reason why this happens is because the men's vamps are wider than the women's. So it ends up encroaching onto this area of your ankle. When I started to do these moccasins, it was easier to do this and still end up with the same outcome than try and do 2 hoops of embroidery. Because when I do a sheet, and you've seen the sheet with the 2 vamps and the 2 ankles, that takes me about 5 hours to do 1 hoop. And when I started doing kits, I have 6 embroidery machines. So when I work with 6 different embroidery machines to produce 1 pair of moccasins embroideries. When I do Mukluks, it's 2 machines. So it's ends up being 10 hours with 2 hoops of embroidery. So it's a lot easier to just use a machine and just insert that little chunk, because you end up with a lot of scrap left over the same color. So it's easier just to zigzag that in here, patch it. That's what you're doing, is you're just patching it. And then cut it off straight, because you're never going to see it under here. So there's all ways around everything. But if there's anybody that needs help with doing that, we'll go over it again on the 1st of May. But we only have the 4 days scheduled for Duquesne for both moccasins and Mukluks, and I want to make sure that I have enough time to do all of the instruction for both moccasins and Mukluks. So yeah, if anybody has a chunk missing, it's just a quick fix. You can even do it by hand, just a little stitch across there. It's just a filler, so for when you put on this, it's just a filler. All right. So I'm going to sew this on to my liner. I have hundreds of liners pre-made. My sister does them for me for this kind of work, so that when I'm sewing along here, I can just grab a pair. But like I said, you can use a sewing machine to sew up your liner. You can sew it by hand. I'm actually doing it out of the steps that I gave you previously, because this one was half done. I just have to put a cuff on it. I hope I get my new camera stand by the 1st of May. Might work a little bit better than, because I sew on my lap. Might get a good angle. Does anybody have any questions about anything? I see Amy is still here. I was just thinking that once you get your pattern for your leg piece for your mukluk, you could go ahead and sew your liner up. Okay, yeah.
So just put them both together and just sew?
It goes together the same as this.
Okay.
The same as this. Oh. So these two go together first. It's the top of the foot. Sew that. Then with it laid out flat and sewn together like that, you take your leg piece. It's the same thing. Find the center bottom. You'll know the bottom because it has a little thing here and then it kind of comes up.
Okay.
That's the bottom. But find the center front. Sew that on like that. Should meet right at the back. Make sure it meets at the back. Then sew that little back up, that little, it's probably only from here right down to the bottom. Sew that.
Okay.
And then your sole, find this, if you fold it in half, you can mark the center back, the center front. Those two center marks will match up with your front seam and your back seam.
Okay.
In your kit, you have just the one sole. If you want your mukluks to be extra warm, put something else, cut something else on your sole.
Because we have, you gave us these as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Those are just some skidoo boot inserts. Those go in after your mukluk is all done.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to have like the bottom of your foot extra warm, cut out extra sole pieces and sew them into your liner. You can do this with anything, wool, an old wool blanket, an old wool coat, anything. Thick felt. You know those felt pieces that you get from the dollar store, the shape of a foot? You can sew that in at the bottom.
Okay, perfect. Well, this will give me something to do so I can at least prepare myself for in 2 weekends when we start up that I'll have that already done. So.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good.
You could even use your husband's hunting jacket.
I don't know if he would be happy with that one.
So that is how your liner is going to look. So like I said, just to recap, sew this first, sew this around, sew this next, and then put your sole on the bottom. If you would like more cushion, you can add whatever you want to add to this sole. Just make a little pattern from your lining, cut out something else, and you can add it. Yeah, anything, wool, any kind of material. You know, if you have some fun fur, you can add another piece. With the moccasins as well, if that's what you want. But this is the liner that comes in the kit. So I'm going to continue on. I got 35 minutes to show you how to put the top on and finish them off. So there's my liner. I'm going to just put my liner in my moccasin. Because the kits are kind of like generic almost, you could say. When you put your liner in, I want you to check the size. That's the height of it. This one is perfect. See, when I put it in, it's flush, nice and flush. Some of you, your embroidery might be a little bit wider. That's fine. It might be a little bit narrower. If it's narrower, you can trim, once you get this all in place, you can trim any excess off of your lining. If it's sticking up, say like that, you can trim that off before you sew. But this one looks good. I put it right down. Yeah, it looks perfect. So the last two pieces of hide that you have, why do I have three? Oh, that goes with that. The last two pieces you have are approximately an inch wide. That is going to go on the top. It's the same thing. We're going to start at the back, sew that in. There's no need to worry about giving it extra room, because as you're sewing it when it's straight. As you sew along, it's going to be straight, so there's no need to worry about giving it extra room like we did in the front and on the toe. This just is going to get sewn straight in like that. So we will do that. So I'm going to start with a nice straight, clean edge. I'm just trimming off the end. And like we did on the ankle, just leave it over enough to sew the two ends together. So just leave it. I left about 1/8 of an inch so that when I come back around with that, I can sew my two ends together. If you're always check your work. I always put like 5 or 6 stitches in. So I've started. I'm just going to check it so that when I turn that over like that, this is the right side that I want out. I'm just double checking to make sure. And I'm going to make sure that that's in the front. That's my front. I'm going to put a pin in there or a clip, even a clip. Just to make sure that, because it does have a little tiny bit of excess. Only because when you put, like I said, a circle inside a circle, your inner circle is going to be smaller than that one. So when you put two that are exactly the same size in one another, the inside one ends up looking like it's a little bit bigger. So we're just going to ease that in all the way around. Paige, did I ever share with you the list for the sewing basket items?
Sorry, I was trying to put my son to bed. I missed everything. What?
Did I ever share with you a list of items that should be in a sewing basket?
No. The only thing that I have is the what you shared for what we need for the workshop.
Okay. I'll send it to you after, and you can share it with other people.
Okay.
It just has all of those items that I kind of run into when I'm doing different classes, like extra thread, needles, leather scissors, paper scissors, punch. You know, if you're doing this kind of work, I have a list of not supplies, but list of tools, I guess you'd say, that's handy to have on hand so you're not running looking for different things.
So it kind of sounds like that list that you sent me.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'll
It
just
had,
send it to you and then you tell me if that's the one.
okay.
Yeah, that's it. It says everything you need for a sewing basket.
Yes. If you could share that with the group.
Mommy,
Okay.
mommy.
Okay, I just shared it on that comment section in that page where I've been posting everything. So it is there.
Thank you. Yeah, if you're doing this type of work like mitts or moccasins or mukluks, that list, I had that list kind of by my side for 2 months, and I tried to think of everything that you would need for doing different projects in one basket. So yeah, if you wanted to create your own sewing basket, I think just about everything on that list is suitable for doing hats, mitts, moccasins, mukluks. When you're sewing this top strip on, make sure that you're catching that lining in there, like there's enough of it kind of sticking up that it's getting sewn in properly.
They are turning out beautifully.
Oh, thank you.
I can't wait for mine to come together like that as well. Loretta and I are heading out, but we are going to have everything done by May 1st.
Okay, perfect.
On that, and we'll see you then.
All right, take care.
Miigwech.
I as well. I'm gonna head out. So thank you very much, Tracy, and I'll try to get my all my liners all sewn up together. So I'm ready to go for May 1st.
Okay, perfect. See you then. So this is what Paige had asked previous. It's the same for down here as what's up here. This is my first, it's very close. There's like one stitch right there. And I've stitched right, like the two are really tight together stitches. I'm just going to trim off this excess, just leaving enough to sew the two ends together straight across. With this one, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to sew it on the outside like that and not on the inside, because it's just a lot more comfortable. I've left my thread on because I've ended right there. And if you get one or two stitches in, Ouch. Push that out. If you get 1 or 2 stitches in, then the rest are easy. Pull that tight. Line it up. Make sure I'm not bleeding on my work. I'm going to end this on the inside and just tie a knot, but I'm not cutting my thread. I'm not going to cut my thread off. I'm going to continue to sew. I'm just going to put a knot here. So there's the end. It's sewn on the outside. Nice little top stitches. Just makes it more comfortable on the leg. I'm going to go in where my thread was, and I'm going to come back out where I need to top stitch. Again, when you're doing this, don't turn it over so that you're like that. You want your flap just to go over your seam tightly. So you're lining your seam should be in down here. Don't sew into your seam. You're going to sew below it. I've actually seen some people say, well, you're supposed to sew in that seam to hide your thread. I don't. I tried that before, and I find that I hit, turn my thimble around. I hit the other thread and it ends up cutting. So I just avoid the whole thing by doing small top stitches. They don't have to be close together, but they are below the existing seam. And when I roll my thing down, it's nice and even with the top of my embroidery.
Are you going right through?
Yes, I'm going straight through to the inside and the lining.
Okay.
The lining is pretty puffy there, that your thread will sink down into that fluff. You won't see it. But I'm watching as I'm curling my strap over. I'm curling it, but I'm making sure that it's lining up with the top of my embroidery here so that it's nice and even all the way around.
Am I on the right track here with this part? Oops.
I gotta go closer to my computer.
Well, it's not sewn yet. It's just sitting in there.
Yes, it looks good.
Then the leather.
Yes,
Okay, it's the 1.5 or 1.25 inch.
yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Louisa, make sure that when you come around the front with that leather, that you give it some room. Okay.
Some slack. Okay, am I just like sewing it in and out, in and out?
Yes, just a running stitch.
Okay, thank you. When I start with the leather piece here on the back, do I have to leave like some room?
Yes,
in my
about
skirt?
about 1/8 of an inch, just to sew the two ends together.
Okay, I'll just leave like a lot then, just so I can cut it later. Or no.
Okay, but just make sure that you have enough, because you got to add a little bit here on the ankle for flip, and you want to make sure that your two ends get back to the back.
I got a pretty long strip.
Okay,
So like 1/8 of an inch, like right here, like the same as.
yeah, as if you were sewing a seam there. Yeah. Yeah, looks good.
So like I'll leave like that much maybe.
Sure, that's more than enough.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then do I start from like on a certain side of this seam?
Start right at the seam.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm running out of thread on my needle. So I'm just going to open up that, and I'm going to put a knot here. I don't want to put a knot on the inside. I'm always trying to hide my knots. And I'm going to start the same way. I'm going to put my knot in here. Hide it up in there. This is my favorite thimble. Had it for decades, but there's 2 holes in it on one side.
Boredom.
It's worn out. Yeah, there's holes in it. So I have to keep switching it around because my back end of my needle goes right into my thimble. So there, I'm all the way around. My last stitch, I'm going to come back under my flap, like real tight under that flap, and I'm going to put a knot up inside there. I don't want any knots showing. Then I just tuck the tail up by pulling that through and cutting it off there. And there you have it.
Well done.
It's 10 to 3. I'll stay on till 3. If you have any questions. I actually have another class this evening with Winaway. They're doing cream moccasins this evening. So I only get 3 hours for my supper break. Any questions? Any concerns?
So just for me, one thing I noticed with my moccasin, it doesn't look like yours does that at all. But see how it like goes flat? Yours actually like stands up nice and like tight. But mine like kind of just falls. Or will that change once I put the actual like lining in?
It might. Show me the front, the front vamp.
See how it's kind of like flat? Like it doesn't really like,
That's how mine is too.
doesn't really
Okay.
pop nice.
It bumps up here.
You know what it is? Here, I'm going to show you. See how mine is standing straight up?
Yeah.
As you're sewing along here, putting your flap on, I'm going to do it this way. So you're sewing along, you're putting your flap on, you're tightening that. I want you to do this. Do that with your moccasin, like with your hands. Shape it up. But you should have been doing that as you were sewing along. See, I did it here. I
Ew.
shape it, and then I do some more stitches, and then I shape it again, and then I do some more. Because as you're pulling your thread around here, it pulls your top. Like this is tight. My stitches around here are really tight. So it gives it that stand-up shape.
Interesting. Okay. So I'll do that with the next one then. So you can't really do that now, I guess, eh? Too late?
Well, you got 2 weeks, Paige, if you want to take out your top stitches, which
But I
is not,
all this, but
oh, you already put your ankle on, okay.
yeah.
Try and shape it with your hand.
Okay. Okay. I'll do that. I'll make sure I do that with the next one now.
Okay, and the other thing, there, you know, there's always ways around doing this kind of stuff. If you wanted to, before you put your lining in,
Yep.
you could do another row of top stitches here underneath your existing, make it look like a double row of top stitch.
Yeah.
And pull that tighter, like after every 3 stitches, you pull that tight and you shape it, pull it up and shape it as you're going, because this is tight.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay.
But I'm assuming once I actually wear it, it will pop up anyway, right?
Yes, when you put your lining in, it will give it some more body to it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, if nobody has any questions, we could end it there. And then I'll just post this video. I can get it ready to be posted. Louisa, Brian, are you guys good?
Yeah, on the
I'm good.
bottom of your insert, that goes on last.
Yes.
Okay, so I sewed it back here, and then I put the insert.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All
Yeah.
right. Louisa, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good too. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, if nobody else has any questions, I'm going to sign off. And I will see you all again on May 1st at 10 o'clock.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Have a good session tonight.
Thank you.
Good luck, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.